Hello.
My God, you jump scared me. Say hi to the chat that's not existent right now. I'm gonna turn you down a wee bit.
Oh no, I was just close to the mic.
Oh, okay, then never mind. Say hi to chat, Johnny.
Hello, chat. Welcome.
Have you had your water?
I have had water, yes.
Have you had coffee?
In the process of coffee at the moment.
Oh, it's brewing right now?
It is finishing.
Finishing as in production, not consumption.
Correct.
Hold on a second. Never mind, I thought there was a knock at the door. Actually, I'll be right back.
Interesting.
I'm back.
Hi, back. Welcome.
Hello.
It looks like a giant key.
Well, it does?
That block looks like a giant key.
That is entirely unintentional, but I kind of see it, especially with the end. I think the middle with that bottom part isn't very ergonomic for a key. Now, if the back had that bottom part, make for a nice handle.
No, it could be one of those dual-sided tumbler systems.
You know what this looks like to me? A toothbrush.
Yeah, a little bit.
But the real question is it good enough to be a keyblade?
Considering there are little keyblades that are just blocks of iron, yeah, probably. It's good enough.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Mhm.
It's probably gonna be a while before people, actually join the stream, so it's gonna be pretty quiet for a good while.
Eh, it's fine to be what it be.
Yeah. Just don't fall asleep in your chair.
I might.
Ah.
Hey, Storm.
Oh,
Goofy.
hello, Storm. Masters, I've been sick for the past few weeks. For the most part. I'm having soup right now, and let's just say it helped.
Yeah. Thank you. You're pretty cute.
Yeah, I could hear it purr.
You're pretty
It's cute.
cute. Good belly rich. Yeah. Big, okay. I've returned with coffee after playing with my cat.
I was half expecting you to say I've returned with cat.
I mean, I have cat next to me, so typically I did. Hello, cat.
Does the cat want the
Yeah.
coffee?
No, she doesn't like the coffee at all. The coffee scares her. As far as like direct contact with it, she doesn't like it.
Hmm. Well, that's
Uh,
good. Probably wouldn't be good
I mean,
for their
yeah.
digestion.
Cats shouldn't eat hot bean juice. That's true.
Hopefully it's not like a dogs with chocolate type situation.
No, you do that with onions. Cats and onions don't mix.
You know what I'm eating right now in my soup?
Onions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do cats like onions?
They don't know any better. It's not that they like it, they just don't know any better.
Is it lethal?
Yes.
Oh boy. That's rough.
Yeah. So, do you ever have a cat and you're making food for your cat? Like, for whatever reason, you're not getting like store-bought food and you're just making food yourself? Don't use onions.
Well, I don't got pets, but fair enough.
Yeah. In the future, you might have pets.
Am I gonna become like one of those ladies with like 30 cats?
If you want to.
I don't know about that.
Behold, my
Or I
army
could
of
be like
contenders.
I could be like Xenia and have a goat.
True. Honestly, the goat's wild.
I did not see that coming, to be honest.
Same.
I didn't know people had goats as pets. I never imagined them as like the domestic type of animal.
I have to ask you a question.
Me.
You. There's a joke there. Anyway, you know goats have milk, right?
Yeah, so I've heard.
Yeah. So, like, if you keep a goat inside, and you carry a goat, and the goat has milk, is it a farm animal or is it a pet?
I don't understand where the milk part plays into this.
Because you're going to milk it for milk, and use that milk.
Give me a second. You're actually really loud. Say
I am
something?
sorry.
No, it's okay. Just
Hi.
try to get the volume at a good balance for the stream. I think you're good now. Say something again, please.
Hello.
Yeah, I think your volumes are about equal with mine. So, to your question, well, is that particular goat one you leverage for milk, or do you just keep it as a pet?
I would say it's both milk and pet.
That's a weird
It's like
relationship.
chickens.
It's like, what do you have a pet chicken? Every once in a while, you're hungry for chicken, so you just
You, you have a pet chicken, and like they still lay eggs, right?
uh-huh.
And because there's no rooster, they're not going to make baby chickens.
Uh-huh.
You just pick up a few eggs, throw it in a pan every morning.
Well, you at least ask it for permission first.
No, but they don't mind.
How do you know? Have you asked?
Well, they keep on making eggs in the same spot, so I would presume.
I don't know if it's within their control.
That's a fair point.
And Storm, I've never had it myself, so I can't really speak to whether or not it's what is Photoshop doing right now? Huh? There we go.
Everything I have seen about their plans and their policies and their behavior, everything they're doing right now, Microsoft tried to do years ago, and everyone threw so much of a fit, it knocked their stock price down, and they backpedaled on all of it. And I don't see that same energy here.
I think the difference, well, I do think people are throwing a fit. People have had no issue with throwing Nintendo under the bus for it. The difference is, at the time that Microsoft was doing this, it was E3. And Sony was showing off their PS4. It was $100 less than the Xbox One. And they took full advantage of Microsoft's bad PR. They had a YouTube video on their channel where they show how to share games on PS4, and it's just one guy had to get this to another.
It's a great video.
I know, I
And
loved
honestly,
it.
Sony should just re-upload that exact same video, but just like censor every word for Xbox and replace it with Nintendo.
Eh.
It'd be hilarious.
Now, the thing I'm kind of concerned about is Microsoft's upping the prices on their games now to $80, just like Nintendo, and yeah, this is what I worried about, that Nintendo's actions would set a bad precedent.
Yeah, and it's gonna have a ripple effect. I mean, GTA 6, they were flirting with the price tag of $120 at first.
I thought that was a joke.
This was anything they say is not a joke.
I mean, I thought it was a meme.
They flew it by their investors first, and their investors are like, it probably won't do well. And so they've been dropping it, and $90 is where they landed on, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And with Nintendo coming out with 80, people are gonna look at GTA 6 to be like, well, it's only a $10 extra more than Nintendo game, so it's fine.
I never intended to get GTA 6, to be honest. I don't like Take-Two.
Fair. My bigger concern is actually the game carts themselves. Nintendo is selling fake physical copies. And their excuse is, well, the developers are the ones with the options on whether or not to use them. Meanwhile, Nintendo has a monopoly on the chips that are used for the cartridges, and they set the prices however they want.
I think part of their motivations is copy protection. But let's be honest, the Switch 2 is gonna get cracked. Nintendo has a long history of insecure consoles.
It's funny because if they were more consumer friendly, people would be less likely to, hate correct their stuff.
They could be like Microsoft and let people have like an indie program where people can run whatever games they want. Well, not whatever games, but you can develop games for the Xbox One.
$10.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
Even on the 360, they had a thing for it called X and A. Granted, it was somewhat limited. It was a C-sharp based system. They did give you access to the native layer, but I can tell you, when I was in high school, I had a lot of fun with it.
Hell yeah. Xbox going forward and just saying, hey, we have a built-in homebrew launcher, essentially. Good luck, have fun, was probably one of the better decisions they have made over the years. And Nintendo should follow suit. Yeah, video games are expensive, that's true. What I want from Nintendo is I want them to play with the big boys. They've played with their walled garden. They have their console. You can only get Nintendo games on the Nintendo products. It's been like that for a long time. Everybody else has moved to PC. It's time. They need to play fair with everybody else.
They're not gonna do it. They sell their consoles at a loss, and then make up for it on the games. They make a lot of money just off of their cut of every game that's published on their platform. For them to take, they have these exclusives. Those exclusives are the motivation for people to play games on their platform. They don't want to lose that advantage. Otherwise, to them, it's like, what's the point of having a console? Now, granted, if there was some future where it was like Sega, it's like, we're going to be done with the console market, let's just publish on other people's platforms. That would be interesting. I mean, the one thing I've said many times is I don't want any one game company to have a monopoly over the console market. It's dangerous. Without competition, they can just do whatever they want and people will have to take it.
Yeah, I just think that soon there won't be a need for a console market.
Maybe.
I look at what Valve is doing, and speaking of which, they had a leak earlier yesterday.
When don't they?
They accidentally pushed Steam VR support to their branch,
Oh.
Steam Link for their OS. It was accidental beta push.
Hmm.
So now we know they basically have Moonlight for VR systems coming with Steam OS, which is pretty cool.
Curious. All right.
But what Valve is doing with Steam is basically opening the floodgates. It's saying, we don't care what hardware you have. We're providing you a software you can use for free that will allow you to comfortably have a console-like experience on any platform. And that's going to have ripple effects. They tried it before with the Steam console, and it kind of bombed. And then they flirted with it for a little bit. But I think this time they have a W. They've put in the R&D for it, and it works really good. And they have been perfecting it. Yeah, Disney. Ugh. It's... I mean, American pricing for the Switch 2, we're flirting with $500, right? That's the price of a PS5. Like, still, like not even launch price. That's like the current price for a PS5. People some people are going to be able to be like, yeah, it's fine. I look at it and I just think like, that's a lot comparatively. That is a lot comparatively. You could have a PS5 with probably with a free game as well. You know, a terabyte of storage, full 4K, 100%, or the Switch 2. Yeah. I mean, they still, like, Nintendo has always misbehaved, because Nintendo's origins are not 100% say so. But yeah, Iwata brought a lot to the company, a lot of upstandingness, a lot of pride, a lot of honor in it.
I miss the guy. It's on DM?
Maybe. Nintendo is a flag without a sail now. Oh, I mean, I guarantee you it has 4K support, but it's not real 4K. If you notice, they keep on being cagey about what the specs are.
Are we talking about the Switch 2?
Yeah. We know they're using Tegra processors, and we've had leaks of the Tegra 2. Of course, it's development leaks, not necessarily final spec leaks. But what we do know is that it's supposed to have ray tracing cores. So, a tiny console the same size as a Switch suddenly being able to perform in 4K does not compute. I am 99% confident it's using AI in-docked to achieve 4K.
That's a horrifying thought.
Mm-hmm. I do not believe it is native 4K. I do not believe they're going to be reaching native 1080 120 hertz either. I believe they're using all kinds of AI to achieve that. However, I could be wrong. You know, I could be completely wrong, and it could actually just be that fire of a console. And I will be surprised to eat my words. I don't believe it. It's hard to believe with the way they have been behaving.
You know, the more I look at this image, I'm thinking that these blocks could be blue rather than green, so it's not all just monochromatic.
True, but at this point, all those are in individual layers, right?
I don't care.
You could just make the background blue instead.
Yeah, but... I mean, true, but...
Or you can make it red. That way you get the nice dynamic between red and green.
Well, here's the thing. Even if I were to change the background to blue now, I'd still have to change each individual layer because I'm backlighting this. I'm having it so that some of that green from the background, you know, it's you can see it coming off the back of the cubes.
We can argue cyberspace is why the backlighting is green instead of red.
What does red have to do with any of this?
Well, whatever color you change the background to.
My point is, if I change this background to blue, then we have a blue light source illuminating these cubes. Therefore, the brighter parts of the cubes need to be changed to blue anyways.
They could still be green.
No.
Yeah, we can
That's
get away
not
with it in
how light
cyberspace.
works. I don't care.
We can do whatever we want in cyberspace. We can make the sky pink and light, you know, have an inverse effect. That way shadows grow bigger in light. Doesn't
Johnny,
matter.
no.
You're allowed to break the rules in cyberspace.
That's a lazy excuse.
Maybe.
How about
But
I
it's
just
true.
shift the layers like a normal person?
Fine.
I'm the one doing the work, not you. What are you complaining about?
True. Games should be one thing. Fun. Give me the fun though. What's the point? I partially agree with that. See, the hard thing about games is that games are not a product. Games are an art, right? And so the developer's intention is what is key here. If the developer wants the game to be fun, then that is indeed the point. But sometimes fun is not the point of the game. Bennett Foddy made an excellent point with this, with Getting Over It. The point was not fun. The point was trials and tribulation and steeling yourself to achieve that grueling journey. It was the satisfaction of overcoming it. That was the message, and that was the point of his game. While I agree with what he said that, you know, if you want to make a fun game, it should be fun, and most of Nintendo's games are in the realm of this should be fun. I don't agree with his entire statement. Yeah, it's true. It If that was what you're looking for, then that is what you're looking for. That's valid.
Johnny, how
Yeah.
does this blue look to you?
Almost the same tone as the body of X and Zero.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a very muted, so I think it's fine. It puts more focus on the blocks themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So
I still do need to update the backlighting on the cubes, though.
yeah. Yeah, video games are entertainment and it's escape from reality, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
But it's video games are a way for you to pop into somebody else's reality. You know, you don't create the landscape, well, except for like sandbox games, but that's a little bit different. There's exceptions to everything. Just prefacing that. You're escaping into whatever their reality is, and their reality might be something that's, you know, very, very different. Look at Dark Souls, for example. It's a very grim dark. It's harrowing. It's terrifying at times, and it's full of peril, and that's their reality. That's what they want you to experience. And the pervasive element of that series is to never give up, and that if you put in the effort, you can and you will succeed. That's their message. It's once you get past that, then you can have fun with the game. You know, it's not always going to be preloaded with the idea of fun. Sometimes there's a set of requirements to achieve before you're allowed to quote unquote have fun. That's mostly true, Storm. I think Dark Souls 1 and 2 fit that mostly. 3, Bloodborne, Sekiro, and Elden Ring really changed that from set dressing to be very ingrained. Like, it's... People used to joke about not understanding what Dark Souls is about. Right? It was esoteric, like... But... their newer games, they changed things. They put a lot more focus on the story. And now it's very easily followable without having to read item descriptions or decipher what a couple of NPCs meant specifically to understand a key detail. It's a lot more straightforward now. I mean, they still have that stuff, but like Sekiro's probably their most story centric. Presentation. Everything you need to know is front-loaded. It has proper cutscenes. You have character motivations. You have rivalries. Student-mentor dynamics. Like, the whole line is there. It is, yeah, it is. They used what they learned from their previous games, and they did something really, really good. Bloodborne was close to that. If Bloodborne had a little more front-loading and a little more inter-character interactions, then it'd be in the same boat, because a lot of the important stuff is given to you up front. It might seem esoteric at first, but they do explain things as time goes on. Elden Ring, I think, is also close to that. You have a lot of characters that show up that help explain things. The witch in particular is very informative. She kind of acts like a guide for plot stuff for the game.
You know, Johnny,
Mm-hmm.
after adding in the blue backlight to the cubes, to my eye, it looks worse than when they were green. I don't know if that's just because of my implementation or just because of color theory.
You're making it brighter, right?
Yeah.
So, if you add blue to green, you're probably not going to get that blue tint. It might be something darker, because, yeah, like the bottom right is an example of it before. The middle left is what you did.
Yeah.
Bottom left is not finished, I think.
I'm kind of like enabling disabling layers right now.
Okay. And then the middle right almost is yellow.
Yeah, I kind of hue shift. Well, yeah, the one on the right, I hue shifted to yellow a little bit.
Mm-mm. It might be... If you take a palette and you take the green and the blue and you mix them together, you might get this darker... Not darker, but you might just get this, a more grungy blue. Maybe use that in a lighter tone to,
Maybe... Let's
add
just
the light.
game. Honestly, yeah, the cubes pop a lot better now than they did when the background was green. So, that's nice. I do think the center of the background is a little undersaturated, I guess. I guess, yeah, because I guess the darker tones are still kind of greenish. So. maybe make it more purple. It's kind of hard to tell with how dark it is.
To make purple, you're adding red to it.
Is that a bad thing?
I mean, do you want to add red to it?
Maybe I do.
Okay, you can try it.
I mean, you be the judge.
Try.
I'm sorry?
Said I'm trying. You could go for gold. It might work better with that lime green you have going on the right side if you want to pair that across the rest. Because the gradient on that is the nicest out of all of it so far.
You want the darkest parts of the background to be gold.
No. Hold on. Those. I have. Oof. Okay. Oof. No, I was just thinking the overall color.
I mean, I like blue. I don't want to get rid of the blue.
If you tilt it towards purple's normally associated with virus, so
It's the darkest tones that are purple.
I was responding to Storm. They were talking about the bright purple.
You know, I
maybe
the
add
ZX Sprinkle's
yellow.
not a great example of color theory, to be honest.
No.
You know, I respect the project, but they use way too much purple and everything. It's like purple background on purple foreground.
Purple everything.
Yeah. We're gonna save purple for later, because this is meant to be a friendly area. This is... Okay, if you play the demo and remember the part where there's a Hyperverse tutorial, it's for that. Sorry, what were you saying, Johnny?
I do think you should go the yellow route. Add more yellow to it instead.
For the background.
Yeah. It'll bring it closer in line with the blocks. It'll give a little, they might homogenize a little bit, so you're gonna have to tweak it a little bit. But I keep on looking at the darkest bottom left. And yeah, it is not the sparkle.
To be clear, yellow for the dark tones or the bright tones of the background?
The dark tones.
Alright, I will give that a try. I'd have to look back at network transmission. It's been a hot minute. There, I made it yellowish green.
It brings it closer.
Suppose.
Still something... Maybe it's just the darkness of the green. Yeah, it might just be the darkness of the green that's the issue.
I might...
And not the actual blue.
There might be too much of a contrast between the dark tones and the bright tones, to be honest. I might go for something a bit softer. But for now, I'm gonna grayscale this and see what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
Yeah, the backside of the cubes is pretty dark, so I might brighten those up.
Yeah. They're. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Just give me.
Mm.
Maybe a little bit too bright now.
You think?
Just a smidge. It's close.
A little darker. Better.
Yeah. I think. Yeah.
It's hard to tell with the stream quality.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna apply that same change to the other cubes.
Okie dokie.
It's very subtle, but I think it helps.
Another thing I can't help but notice is the left one has a lot of the smoothing on the back corner.
Give me one moment, sir.
No, you're fine.
No, I'm not.
Okay, what are you? Rough?
I'm Jack.
Oh, cheese. Got it.
What?
Fine cheese, jack cheese.
There's a thing called Jack cheese?
Pepper jack?
That's a thing?
Yes. Pepper jack's amazing.
No, mozzarella's amazing. You ever eaten a whole block of mozzarella in one sitting?
You need help. Mozzarella is good, yes, yes. But pepper jack.
What does that
Pepper
taste
jack's
like?
something special. Like cheese.
But, I mean, John.
It's it's mellower in certain ways. I don't know how to describe pepper jack cheese. Huh. Uh, hmm. I don't think I've ever needed to describe pepper jack cheese.
I mean, does it taste like American cheese?
Oh. Hi, generator.
Hello,
Oh.
generator. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today?
I don't.
It's okay, man. I won't think any less of you.
Uh, uh, hmm. Y- You've had queso, right?
Yes,
Like queso blanco?
I think so.
Okay. Imagine like that, but solid, and a little like 40% of what that is.
Mm-hmm.
So like, still got that creamy nature, still has that spicy and zesty nature to it.
Okay. What was it you said What's wrong with the background? Something about a corner?
Oh, the blocks on the left side, they're the smoothing to the back side is a touch aggressive.
The smoothing of the backside.
The color smoothing to the back side.
Which cube are you looking at?
The left one.
All the way on the left.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a L shape.
Yeah.
Which parts are you seeing smoothing? Are you talking about the anti-aliasing on the lines?
No, the colors.
Okay, top face, front face, side face.
Both sides reduced a tiny bit, and then the top face has an angle on it that could be flattened out.
I'll try. I mean, I could smooth it out a bit, I guess. That is big.
Jesus Christ.
I know that's a big brush.
It's about it being too dark to where now it's bleeding into the back of it. So it looks like it's smoothed over from further distances.
Think I understand what you mean.
It almost looks round.
Oh. I don't see that at all, but okay.
It might be compression doing it.
Maybe.
Here. I'm gonna
Yeah,
try
take
to...
take a screenshot.
Yeah. So you see what I see compared to the others.
Ah.
Yeah, it might just be the compression from the stream, but you see what I sent you where it kind of looks like it just... I don't see a defined edge.
The front face and the top face, you can't really see the difference where one starts and one ends. It's not as bad on my side, but regardless, I can help add some contrast.
Yeah. Bless your face.
Was a sneeze, but thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, that coffee didn't do anything for me.
The coffee?
Yeah, it did not help at all.
How long have you been awake?
I mean, I woke up from a nap a little while ago. It took like a 2-hour nap.
Alright. You tell me a lot, but okay.
I am awake.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
This whole life could be a dream. You don't know.
It could. That would be...
I could be a figment of your imagination. You don't know.
That would be depresso. I'll just repeat the dream over and over again.
You're in a loop?
Maybe one of these versions, I'll get you to learn how to make pancakes.
What is this, Groundhog Day?
Maybe. Majora's Mask, but instead it's a cooking game.
What is this, the a rated M version of Cooking Mama?
Yes. First, we need to make weapons for the kitchen, using the blood of all enemies.
The final boss, Gordon Ramsay.
Gordon Ramsay could be an indisposable teammate that you need to help defeat the final boss.
But you have to convince him.
Right. Which is like a 16 16 chain side quest. He
Every time I try, he just says my food very raw.
What are you? An idiot sandwich. His ultimate move. The lamb sauce.
Hey Beth, I'm doing good. How are you? I forgot the What is the significance of last month? Did something happen?
Well, I mean, we missed 2 streams and we've been dead pretty much.
2 weeks is not death, my friend.
Yeah, fair. I feel like a Shinigami. Charlie?
I can't say I'm familiar with that individual, but cool. Have fun.
I've never heard of this person before.
Is like a musician?
A singer.
Alright.
I don't recognize them either. Like, I don't recognize their face at all. I don't think I've ever seen them in anything.
But yeah, regardless, have fun. Hope you're having a good time.
Enjoy. She's a Vogue person. I see.
What's that?
Vogue is a very... It's very deeply rooted in the fashion industry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Alright. Is that where the whole Vogue magazine thing comes from?
Maybe? Possibly.
Yeah.
Apparently she was in movies too, but like I don't recognize any of these.
Any of these
Oh.
films? Oh.
I recognize one of them.
Oh yeah?
The Angry Birds movie.
Oh boy, I can't say I've seen it.
I haven't either, but
Oh, I mean, there are worse things to be in.
true. Um, yeah, she's an enigma otherwise.
What was her role in that film?
She played a character called Willow.
I don't know who that is, but I also don't play Angry Birds.
It's the yellow bird,
Uh-huh.
I think.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Alright. Cool. Have any of you guys played the older God of War titles? I mainly played the first title. The first game on PS2. I've seen... I know, like, the whole story of the games. I've seen where they ended things off before they did God of War 2018. But, the genre of God of War, you know, that the... Would they be called beat-em-ups?
It's kind of like a beat 'em up, but it's a hack and slash, really.
Hack and slash, I guess, is a better word. Especially given the... Kratos is, his temper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's not hack and slash games, beat 'em up games. I don't hate them, but they're not really like my kind of games. I just but yeah, I quite odd how older games are never made playable on current day consoles. Well, the God of War games were PlayStation exclusives, to my understanding. I think.
Yeah.
Who developed them? It wasn't first party. I think it was second party.
It's the same studio.
Is it Sony themselves? Like a division of Sony?
No, I think it's Santa.
Santa?
Please hold.
All right.
Yeah, it's Santa Monica.
Oh, Sony Santa Monica.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I mean, I know God of War and God of War Ragnarok, or okay, I don't know about Ragnarok, but the 2018 God of War. They got ported to PC very recently, along with a bunch of Sony first party games. Last of Us, Uncharted, probably some
Ragnarok
other
is also
stuff.
on PC.
Nice.
Mhm.
There's been a weird push in Sony to port their stuff to PC.
They seem to be doing a 6-month or a year exclusive, and then putting it on PC. Though for some of their titles, they're waiting a little bit longer. God of War took 2 years. Well, Ragnarok took 2 years. God of War itself took like 3.
From what I hear, the Last of Us ports are pretty awful.
I would not be surprised. I mean, they re-released it like 4 times at this point. They're trying to Skyrim it, but like, you can't, no. No.
Apparently, the ports are almost as awful as a Choose Story.
Ouch.
But yeah, I mean, if it's a question of if the classic God of War games are going to be ported to PC, I think it'd be a nice thing to have. I'd love to. I know there was like a remaster on PS3. They could totally just take that and bring it over.
I hope they would do the PSP games too.
think I've ever played the PSP games.
30%. Like, the exact same gameplay, just, lower quality. And lower enemy count.
You know what I want on PC?
Mm.
Portable ops.
That'd be great, actually.
Portable ops and Peace Walker would be great on PC. Although I'm assuming that Peace Walker is going to make a return in the Volume 2.
Maybe.
Because they already ported those games to consoles in the same collection that had 2 and 3 ported, or remastered. So, and the Volume 1, they used the source code from those remasters of 2 and 3, the ones made by Bluepoint, so I'd imagine it wouldn't be too hard porting them over. Relatively speaking.
Portable Ops Plus, Acid and Acid 2. Peace Walker, and 4. Like, those are the only games left that could be in a second collection. Right.
Sorry, list them out again?
Portable Ops Plus, Acid and Acid 2, plus MGS4.
MGS4 would be the big one. They might unironically include 5 and Survive in there too.
At that point, they're just padding because they don't have enough to put in a second volume.
But I mean, Acid and Acid 2, I never played them, but apparently they're decent. So
they're very different games.
Yeah, I mean they're turn-based. I know they recycle a lot of assets from 2 and 3.
They're still fun.
Johnny,
it's just a very different kind
there's
of
one
fun.
more title they need to port.
What?
Wind Snakes.
Technically valid. Valid.
I was disappointed that that game's been stuck on GameCube for a long time, and I'd love to see it on more modern stuff, because I think it's obviously it has its issues, but I think it's a really neat take on MGS1. Now maybe there's a legal. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
It has a lot of that later Metal Gear flair.
Yeah, for one, they're using the MGS2 engine, so they are porting over a lot of content from that game. Well, it's mechanics, but also they recycle a lot of assets. Down to the AI itself is the same kind of SWAT-esque AI you see in MGS2, just with model swaps. The weapons are the same. They brought over the M9 and all that stuff. The animations, the voice clips. I mean, if you don't know, it wasn't made by Konami. It was outsourced to Silicon Knights, which I think no longer exists. I think they got sued to the ground by Epic Games for allegedly stealing source code.
Rest in peace.
Now, maybe that's why it hasn't been ported. Licensing, legal issues.
Well, it's also on a Nintendo platform, so we have no idea what their business deal with Nintendo was.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I guess Nintendo did. From what I've heard from interviews, it sounds like Nintendo was involved in the development of the game, so they might have funded it partially.
It was one of the rare games that had 2 discs.
It kind of has to. I mean, those GameCube discs didn't sell more than a gig, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, even MGS1 on PS1, I think had 2 CDs.
I mean, yeah, but does that second disc really count?
Why wouldn't it count?
I mean, it just had the VR missions.
I thought you had to switch it at certain points in the game. They even made a joke about it in MGS4.
Maybe my memory's playing tricks on me then.
I think the VR missions were added in a later release. They were in Sussin? What did they call it? Integral? You just want Integral?
You might be right. You might
Also,
be right.
hello, Proto. How are you doing today? And hello, Nando. How are you?
Hi. I see. Okay. Memory is fuzzy.
Sniper Wolf. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's been 9 years.
Has it actually?
It's been much longer than that.
I played MGS1 back when I was in 6th grade. It's been a long time.
It's... I don't remember how old I was. I remember playing Twin Snakes in middle school. I know I played MGS 1 and 2 before that, though. PS2. Around the same time, Resident Evil 4. With the Metal Box Collection. That was in Florida. Which means... it had to be...
There we go. That's a nice shadow.
I shouldn't have played those games.
You shouldn't have?
I was in the single digits.
Tell that to all the kids playing Call of Duty.
Yeah. Yeah, thinking about it now, I wasn't even 10.
Oh, nice.
I was over here cracking people's necks, going...
Could be worse.
True.
Back when Zack Snyder's Watchmen came out and was in theaters, my parents had took myself and my sister out to watch some kids movie. Now, I don't remember what movie it was. It's been too long, but it was some PG movie, right? And for whatever reason, the theater messed up, and they played Watchmen instead. And it was just, I haven't seen the movie, but you got to the opening where the guy's just sitting in his house watching TV, and there's just a pistol on the table, and then he gets in a fight with another guy. And it was just, my parents just were livid.
That's what set you on your path. You're like, yes.
Yes, I want to become like him.
That was badass. I'm gonna go buy 16,000 pistols.
I cannot confirm or deny that.
I'm gonna make a castle out of pistols. I'm gonna drive a pistol car.
I didn't know David Hayter was involved in the Watchmen script. I knew he was involved in the X-Men script.
That's curious.
He's involved in quite a number of Hollywood films, just as like a scriptwriter, I think. I'm curious what lines of dialogue he wrote that made the cut. I wonder if, when they were in the writing room, if he ever said them out loud in the Snake voice.
He might have.
Tell me, Johnny, what flavor was your coffee?
Coffee flavored.
No creamer?
No, I creamer. Just vanilla.
Okay, there's my answer.
Mm-hmm.
You put any monk's fruit in there?
Yes.
Nice.
I need some sweetness.
Understandable.
Mm.
I had a bit of ambient occlusion to these cubes, and it looks a lot better now. I knew something fell off. Now, I do think in some places the corner or the edges kind of bleed together because of the way it's shaded. I do want to address that because it's a bit off-putting.
You could make it a shine.
You want me to put a highlight on the edges?
You could do like a dragging highlight to where like the front of it's just a touch brighter, and then you're bringing it back. That way the line itself is just a very small amount brighter than the two faces. The entire way back.
Is that correct, though? The light source.
Technically, no. Because the way you're lighting things is as if, like, it's directly in front of the light, and the light's bleeding around it. Like, it's completely linear is how you're treating it.
Mm-hmm.
So technically it wouldn't be correct.
But cyberspace.
But cyberspace, yeah. It would look... It might look interesting.
Maybe. I'm gonna put like some not highlights, outlines in a couple places, regardless. Although here might look a lot, to be honest. Well, not so bad. It's just weird that's in this one place and nowhere else.
Yeah.
Well, let me try doing a little highlight thingy-majiggy. I think something like this.
Yeah, but now take the light, the color you have for the light green, and then follow that trail down after the one you just made.
What light green?
That green. The green you grabbed.
The one that I just put the highlight?
No, that's the highlight green.
Okay, you look at the top face, you look at the brightest part of the top face, highlight notwithstanding.
Yes.
Okay. I have color picked it?
Right. And then you follow the shine, but you're not painting over the shine, you're painting where the shine stopped and continuing it and then stopping. And then picking a slightly darker color and then repeating the same thing until you get all the way to the end. Get what I mean?
I do. I don't know if it's gonna look good, but let me try something. Oh, you know what? That's not so bad, actually.
You're just trying to color it. Okay,
I'm doing a fade off, but it actually like pops. I like this. Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, I mean, apparently, like, Rocket's making some good progress. Apparently, I think they're just working on final levels now, so, like,
Yeah.
it's fine. They can take their time. I mean, we're taking our time too. It'd be hypocritical for me to fault them for that.
Yeah. I mean, they had a full engine change, and to be fair, he did say roughly 2.5, 3 years ago at this point that he's working on the final stages. Like, it'd be what it'd be.
Yeah. He wants to make this a quality game. I respect that. Oh, you know what? I color picked the wrong color.
Yep.
I'll use that highlight color from earlier.
I hit it. Yep, yep. Brr.
How's this looking game?
Like pixels.
Okay. The highlights don't pop out as much, but that's kind of to be expected. There's a couple places I kind of smoothing out. And your comment before about, like, certain things blending together, I'm seeing that it's way more apparent when you downscale. Oh, I need to see what I can do about that.
Yeah.
And also, I think the AO I did here is perhaps a little too aggressive. It's too harsh of a shadow.
Whatever you just did to that back plane.
You're like, no, change it back. It insults me.
It is fucking with my head.
Okay.
It looks like it's inverted. I swear. Like, if you do it again and then back away, it looks like the entire shape
it looks like it's hollow.
Yes.
I don't know how I did that. I don't understand how my brain is reaching that conclusion, but maybe it's this gradient here is almost implying there's like an interface. If I turn that off, I think the gradient's part of the issue because it's...
No, it's still there.
Well, regardless, I'll fix it.
Okay.
I like how everything I do makes it worse.
Trial and error, trial and error. I would just the side and top face shading. Like, I think you just need to reduce those. Like, I think the back plane's fine the way it is. It's just too aggressive on those.
So
they need to be lightened up.
The top face, are you saying make it brighter or make it darker?
Brighter. I would say just wipe those clean. And then redo the shadows on those. Just a lot softer.
Okay, give me a second.
They're just a touch too aggressive.
I could lower the opacity on the existing layer. Maybe that'll help.
Maybe. You could try that.
Did you just crack your knuckles?
Yeah.
That was very loud.
Oops.
Didn't realize this was the knuckle cracking ASMR channel.
Brought to you by WWE.
Not what I was expecting you to say, but okay.
Fair.
Is this better?
Needs more. I think. Yeah, the top face looks right now.
I hushioned it a little bit. I think that helps with keeping it from bleeding. It's tinted a little bit more blue now. Better.
Yeah, now you just have to deal with the side faces.
Gotcha. Oh wait, this is the wrong layer. Whoops. Better.
The bottom side face still needs a little bit tweaking. It's close. It's a little bit.
Brighter, darker.
It's a little bit too dark. I think like maybe like 2 or 3% lighter.
Oh.
Very. There you go.
Well,
Yeah.
all this talk about lighting is making me thirsty. I'll be back.
Yay. Drink water.
I'm back.
Hello.
Does this still look cursed to you?
It is a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
If you can, that middle block.
The one to the left of 0?
Yeah. Can you, like, in the original render, can you move that physically down just a smidge? Because it looks like it's the blending for that line, that horizontal line is a little miffed.
Horizontal line.
In the back end. Like you see how...
Be clear, you're talking about... Okay, hold on. Are you talking about where 0 is standing right now, this block?
Yeah.
Okay. Which horizontal line?
The one right above his head.
The front face, or I guess you call the back face, I call the front face.
Yeah. The top and the back, that line is a little miffed. Or at least that's what it looks like in YouTube.
Let me send you the game res image, because I want to make sure this is not due to YouTube compression.
Yeah. Let me see. That is tiny. Open. Get bigger. Oh, right. I had to move it outside of the browser because I don't understand why browsers don't just have... Never mind. Okay, yeah, YouTube X absolutely destroyed
Oh, that's lovely.
what I'm saying. Yeah.
Is it still is it messed up in the what I sent you?
In what you sent me, there is an additional line there that is kind of funky.
There is an additional
But-
line there that's funky. Are you talking? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the topmost line before it goes into the brighter segment.
There's like a
Is
little bit
what
of
is-
blue, right? Like a soft edge.
Yeah, it's kind of with the YouTube compression, it's making it weird.
So,
but seeing the pixels, it's kind of fine.
but let me try something. So there's a weird bug in Photoshop where you... So I have this high-res image, I downscale to game res, and for some reason Photoshop, when it does that, sometimes it creates little seams in the image, revealing what's behind it. And I have to do this kind of workaround where I basically take the whole image, combine the layers into its own thing, and make that the bottommost thing. And then when I downscale it, those artifacts disappear.
Oh,
If I do that,
that's a weird bug.
it's annoying. I'm not seeing any differences, so it's probably not that. But just for your reference, after I did look around, this is what it looks like. Don't think there's any actual difference, but just for your
I
reference.
don't see any difference.
Yeah. Now, it's weird that it's kind of going blue because I don't see where we'll be getting that color information from. You would think it's the background here, but that shouldn't affect kind of the middle part. Like, really, it's interpolating, like, the top of the back face with the bottom of the top face, you know, which neither of them have blue in them, so I don't know where it's... Well, is it blue, or is my eyes playing a trick on me?
I think it's your eyes playing tricks on you, but the color is very distinctly different between the two. It, like, isolated by itself, it's fine. It's just with the way YouTube is, it makes it look very strange from a distance.
Could you, like, just for my curiosity, could you take a screenshot of the YouTube stream where you see the oddity?
Sure. If my thing will... Hold on.
Take your time.
Screenshot being screenshot.
Microsoft being Microsoft.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
There's this fuzziness.
Yeah, especially if you look at the diagonal, it kind of kills the hard edge, doesn't it? I can see why it's an issue for you. But well, be what it be. I am gonna make one modification to this background, though.
Burritos?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You know what? I did that wrong, didn't I? Oh, Johnny. There's a funny side effect going on right now.
That is trippy.
You're seeing that, right?
It's vibrating.
It's not even vibrating. The edges are like lighting up because there's transparent pixels from that bug I was talking about with Photoshop. That's honestly looks kind of cool, even though we can't do it like this. But maybe I could like add in little almost a circuit-like pattern on the blocks.
Why is it vibrating? What the?
It's not. I think that's YouTube.
Okay.
It's not.
That is trippy.
Well, is it the what are you seeing that's vibrating? Is it the
shader's vibrating.
like the squares?
Yeah.
It's vibrating. I was looking at the squares. I was looking at the cubes.
Okay.
I think it was always like this, though. I think this was how you implemented it.
I don't remember it being this wiggly.
In fairness, it's been a hot minute.
Fair.
Let me see what it looks like with the proper background, although I think it's gonna... Yeah, that doesn't make a difference. Hey, just stream. Happy Sunday. How are you today?
Hi,
So,
Senpai.
to fix those pixels, I need to do that hack I was talking about.
Yay.
But
That is
what I'm
such a
gonna
shame
do...
issue.
Yeah, it's Adobe. They make you pay an arm and a leg for something that barely works. Um,
Could the same tool be ported to GIMP?
but I like Photoshop.
True. But
Also, I will say, even with this like really old take on cyberspace that we made for the demo, these cubes kind of fit. There's a bit of a lighting discrepancy because these squares are very bright and the cubes are very dark. And the cubes are the squares are very flat. There's no perspective. Like there's implication of perspective based on just like the ones that are further away from the camera moving at a different rate than the ones that are really close, I guess. But I guess that's more of an implication of depth, to be fair. But there's no side face, there's no top face. It's just billboarded. Effectively.
it's just a bunch of squares radiating out.
Yeah.
All it is.
The cool effects. But yeah, the reason I'm doing this now is I'm gonna separate the background from the cube so that I could then make the background bit a little animated.
I see.
Nice. What are you working on these days, Jetstream?
The penguin.
Is that right?
Maybe.
Okay, there we go. Let's go there. That is way too fast. Creepy 200.
I see. And you would be surprised, Jetstream. You might think that human anatomy won't apply to robots. But it does.
I'm gonna try something now and I don't expect it to go well.
Oh, no. Like... Interesting. Rainbow Disco.
It's actually playing Red Disco right now.
Oh, yeah. If we could shift between like the green and like the blue with the magenta in the back, between those two specifically, in a slow wiggle fade, I think it'd be nice. Something subtle.
Try that.
Shrimpolin?
They were the enemies in 03 in the desert and the snow stages that would just pop up from the ground and chuck things at you.
Oh yeah, those are butt faces.
Yep, and they're in Resurrection. Just to be clear, when you say blue, you're referring to this preset, right? Hey, Capitan Peru, how
Uh,
are you today?
close. It was a little less purple with the background, but it's close. It's close.
Uh, like this? More red?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Hmm. You know what you could do, Senpai? Well, maybe, I'm not sure. Actually, Senpai, do you like VTubers?
Oh.
That. What have you done?
I'm not done.
Okay. Okay.
It's not working. What's the crossfade?
You got depression.
Oh, thanks, man. I was wondering where I left that.
Okay, well, Senpai. You could make Gura. Gura with the shrimp. With the army of shrimps. Gura commanding an army of shrimps. It would fit. Gura. Good.
How's this look, Jonathan?
Ugh. Don't.
You don't like the way this looks?
No, just the full name.
Mr. Joestar?
That's better.
Sorry.
We have like this almost pulsing effect. If you can slow it down like by 300%.
That's a lot, but okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, slow. I say you wanted to be a third. Wait, slow down by 300%. I say you
Yeah.
wanted to be a third of the current speed?
Yes.
Okay. 300% means times 3. Not... It's like, wait, that's faster.
Yeah, you know what?
It's okay.
Words. English is
English. We must switch to Spanish, even though neither of us can speak it.
hard. I can speak some of it.
Hola.
Yeah.
¿Cómo
Yeah,
estás?
yeah.
¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
Okay.
So what you're
Now-
saying, Johnny, is ¿Te gusta?
Me gusta mostly. Now can you add like a smaller sine wave for variation that goes on the entire length of it? That way it does like this wibble wobbly back and forth as it does the ramp?
I know what you're saying. Give me a moment.
Okay. Glorious, Senpai. Glorious. It can be an aggressive speed. It can be a quite aggressive speed for the tiny wave.
I'm trying. This looks trippy.
If you make the size of the sign smaller, but make it faster.
It's kind of distracting.
Okay, make it even smaller. Like, we want it to be super faint.
So the problem is that I don't know how well the compression shows, but you got this kind of color banding with the background. It's big bands of color as it's trying to represent that gradient.
Yeah.
It's very noticeable when it changes.
How small can you make this in?
This any smaller than this, and it would make a difference. The question is, can you tell that there's a second sine wave in there?
I can see the stagger a little bit, but also the YouTube compression kills a lot of it. If it's a very slight, like, in out, in out, in out, super slight, I think it's good. But, like, YouTube compression is, ugh.
Yeah, I mean, part of it's my fault because, well, because of my ISP, I have to set the bit rate at a certain rate, you know?
Yeah, you're fine. Oh, have you tried AV1 encoding?
I'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
You know the weird thing? One of our past streams, my CPU usage was 30% while it was encoding the stream. And I thought that was unusually high. And I didn't change any of the settings, but now it's only 5%.
Strain.
Now, I'm gonna slow down this whole effect, because at the moment, I think it's going a little too fast. I'm gonna have to speed it.
Naruhodo. Okay. Yeah, now it's a good vibe. Now it has like this.
I really like the blue and purple preset. There's something about it that's just nice on the eyes.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Oh no. It's Omniscient Hell. Johnny. Help.
The OG.
These guys are bullying me.
Yes, they are.
I think it's soft block.
Yeah,
Man, I'm
until you
dead.
hit something. Rest in peace.
I forgot about these plushies. How do you change the mode? What button was it? P? B? N? M? Ah, yeah, there we go.
I need to update that effect.
What, the magnets?
No, the teleport.
I thought it was really cool. And kind of hilarious that we implemented it like 5 years ago and never got to use it.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll eventually get used, obviously. Was that Zero fighting Zero? You've seen it before because we showed it on a live stream years ago. This was a prototype for a boss fight involving a character with telepathic abilities. I'm gonna say that's all I can say without spoiling anything.
Burp.
But okay, you said you wanted to update the effect. In what way do you want to update it?
I still want to keep the essence of it, but the beam going down I need to update. That way it's a little animation and some layering would go a long way.
I could put it like a bit of a screen shake when he impacts. Right now, there's not a lot of weight to it. There's no acceleration either when he's going down, which perhaps that's how it is in the official games, but looking at it now, it feels a little unnatural. And also, as he's going down this little beam, or not the beam, but the, what do you call it? The thing carrying Zero himself needs to be animated. It's just one frame at the moment.
Yeah, I need to do two things. Well, three things actually. One, I need to make the beam a little bit bigger. Two, I need to make the impact of the chunk that Zero's in and the beam have an animation where the impact side is. That way it spreads out. And then three, yeah, I need to make the chunk that Zero's in animated itself.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the three things I want to do to it to improve it.
Why is the camera fixed? That was weird.
Mm-hmm. It probably locked all four corners.
Might have been when I was teleporting.
Maybe.
But yeah, I think that this background has a nice vibe to it. It's... To be honest, as I was making this, I wasn't sure if this was going to look good or look like crap. But, I mean, it's a little basic at the moment. I feel like something's missing. And I did model out, like, a little diamond that I was going to rotate. So I might do that next.
I think what's missing is we have the background and we have the background. There's nothing between the two, so it feels like there's a lot of negative space.
Negative space is not necessarily a bad thing.
Right. Which, you know, we're in cyberspace, so like the idea of you are in the void is kind of on brand.
Hmm.
That being said, you have a lot more weight in the bottom right compared to the top left.
This is true. So maybe I could have a little rotating diamond in the top left.
Maybe don't put it in the top left. I mean, it's fine in the center, I think. But I do think you need something in the top left. Another block.
Perhaps. Maybe I should make it like a Tetris block.
You could try doing a block inside a block.
Hold on. Oh, you're gonna draw something?
Yeah, I'll give you a point of reference.
I appreciate that.
Hmm.
Now, while you do that, for my curiosity, I'm gonna switch it back to the sketch and see how much of a difference it makes.
Okie dokie.
Curious.
Okay. This one's a little bit more complicated, but once you see it, you'll be like, yeah, that makes sense. It's not that bad.
Hmm.
It's just two squares.
Mm-hmm.
Something along the lines of that would probably be fine, but you know, play with it.
Give me a moment. Here's what I'm also gonna try. Actually, never mind. Let me take a look at your thing. Okay, you want kind of a shape with a lot of depth.
We have a pure square, sorry, a pure cube, and then something sticking on off of it to, you know, drag it into the center, give it more weight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I could do that. Un momento, por favor.
Yeah.
Stretching.
Ow. Yeah.
By the way, I gotta send you something real quick.
Hmm.
To my bookmarks.
Ooh.
You're gonna like this. If you haven't already seen it. This is one link of several you kind of gotta navigate through the website. It's in Japanese, but once you see it, I'm not gonna tell you what it is. Just I want your reaction.
Loading 0%. Oh. Hmm. Hmm.
Uh-huh.
Interesting.
When the Zero Collection came in on DS, Capcom had a promotional, like, flash thing. They
And none
have
of these made it in.
Yeah, it's not. There is high-res art of the cutscenes that is not in the Zero Collection, and the stuff that is in there that is also in the Zero Collection, it's higher quality in this flash thing. It's kind of crazy. So, I want to dump these. I've been. I need to dump these.
I've saved the webpage.
There's several pages, it's not just that one. Several pages with character art, with other stuff.
I did not like that.
You're gonna want to navigate through it. Also, is this the shape you had in mind? Just...
Let me
yeah.
how does it look in... Okay, make it larger. And make
thing?
the... Yeah, and make the piece on the back stretch much longer.
You want to go further into the background.
Ooh. Yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna be trading length to insinuate weight.
How long we talking?
If you make the square itself, well, I mean, if you make the entire thing just a little bit bigger first.
Sure.
like 1.75-ish. And then can you offset it that way it's not in the direct parallel of those two squares? Bring it
which two
up
squares?
into the
Up and to the right? Okay.
yeah, up and to the right a bit.
Like this?
Maybe a little bit too far.
Too far up or too far right?
A touch too far right, just like a little smidge to the left.
Better?
Yeah, yeah. And now you can make that back piece just a smidge longer.
Better?
Yeah, I think so. I think that should help. Well, you might need another square between the triangle of those bottom 3 points. You see those 3 squares that are by themselves? You might need something right there too. That feels like a little empty. So like maybe a tiny square there as well.
So another cube. What are you saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Also, Johnny, I think you'd be qualified to answer Storm's question in the chat.
Are cats cats... All cats are different. It very much depends on the owner, the people in question interacting with the cat, and the cat itself. It's like saying... all dogs love playing fetch. That's just simply not true. There are a decent number of dogs that do like playing fetch, but there's also a lot of dogs that just don't care. Cats are similar. Like, mild-mannered cats... Yeah, that solves that issue perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
Mild-mannered cats are pretty common. Like, you typically only see cats that are butt faces. In specific scenarios. I mean, all cats will do something to mess with you because they're very independent creatures. So, like, they will give you pushback on things. They test boundaries. They're a very prideful species. They're not innately aggressive. They're very defensive, though. Territorial, even. And that just depends on how they're raised and what kind of experiences they've had.
Mm-hmm. How would you describe Caitlin?
She used to be a lot more aggressive. When I had first gotten her, she was a shelter cat. She was given up by her family, who had her have kittens, sold the kittens, and then got rid of her. So she was kind of in a mess, and she was not happy in a lot of ways, and she was very aggressive to other animals too. But she's calmed down a lot since then. She's a little princess. She's a little bit of butt face too, though. It kind of depends. Like, but like she's not like a butt face in like the I'm gonna tear up your stuff kind of butt face. She's just a butt face kind of like, I know you don't want me doing this, but I'm gonna do it anyways.
How did Caden compare?
Caden was so sweet. Caden was... Who's my cow cat? He was a scaredy cat. Like, I tried to get him to walk, like outside and whatnot. Even after like attempting it for months on end, he hated the outdoors. And that's I'm not entirely sure exactly what he experienced, because all I know is I found him in a tree during a thunderstorm.
Right.
But he absolutely hated the outdoors. He wasn't aggressive at all. He was a very meek cat, and his only problem is he liked chewing on things.
I think I recall he was running into walls.
He was a little of a goofus. He had an object's permanence issue too. But I mean, he was still a good cat. He had orange cat behavior despite being a cow cat. But like not like 100% orange cat, but like a good 30%. What tips for portraying character growth have you learned from your cat? That is a strange question.
I was about to say. Did like Caitlyn have a character arc that I'm unfamiliar with?
I mean, technically. Are you sleepy? Are you sleepy? Yeah.
Time to rock the cat to bed.
No, I'm sleepy.
No, Johnny. Don't give in.
What tips? I guess something I can say, I didn't really learn this from cats, but I guess it could be applied to cats. Subtlety carries a lot. Cats don't... The body language of cats is how they talk. And sometimes learning that and learning what the individual behaviors mean can be a touch difficult. And in an inexperienced person's perspective, you will miss them. And so from a character growth perception, it is good to have those subtle details, because on repeat experiences for people, they're going to learn more and more about the character, and they're going to see more tiny details they would have otherwise missed that help bring more depth to them through the subtleness. These tiny quirks, these ticks, and that's going to bring a lot into it. I think that's a good lesson you can learn from cats. I actually didn't expect me to be able to pull something out like that. Well, there you go, senpai.
What's golf clapping? That's a thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm. Oh yeah, don't forget the shine line.
Yep, I'm on it right now. I'm seeing the discrepancy. And
Yeah, I think your ISP is being funky, Storm.
I feel like this happens every stream.
Yeah. It's very stable from what I can see.
Please don't jinx it.
My bad.
Probably should put the highlight on the top cubes as well.
I think so. Yeah, on the bottom, it would help a lot.
Yeah, to help it pop.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Sculpin mentioned something to me a while back about how sometimes putting highlights on stuff, it's not always about whether it's realistic that there would be a highlight. Sometimes it's just about it looks better with it than without it.
Yeah. Remember how I kept on trying to tell you, like, once you know the rules, you're allowed to break the rules.
You know the rules, and so do I.
Oh,
You hate that song?
I don't. I didn't expect to get rickrolled.
I mean, you said that. That's the first thing that popped up in my head.
That's fair. I asked for it.
Well, I mean, yes, I do remember you saying that.
Yeah, the same thing applies here. Like, it might not be accurate to have them, but it does help sell the shape.
Hmm.
And the shape is more important than the lighting in this case.
I guess that's one thing that separates CG from stylized handmade art, which is ironic because it's CG, or started as CG.
Partially, yeah.
I mean, it's been painted over and made stylized.
Yeah. It's... You see the same thing with characters, like... if we want to be absolutely realistic for character faces, you know, the shadows wouldn't be the way they are. You know, they always dramatize things, play with it, all that jazz. You see it very often in anime. The same applies to backgrounds, and, well, anything in general in the 2D space. That's why stuff like what Guilty Gear does is so impressive, because the translation between the two is an unholy matrimony that is extremely difficult to achieve because of how you're supposed to play with things.
Makes sense. So this was completely unintentional, but the colors here remind me a lot of Cyberspace in 04 when they showed that that city.
Huh. I could see that.
With that being said, how does this look as a whole? I need to put in a bit of a shading on the front face here, actually. Hold on. Oh yeah, I forgot I could do ambient occlusion here too.
Yeah,
I need
the bottom. The bottom's off.
The bottom face of the top cube.
Yeah. If you look at the top face of your bottom cube and compare the two,
Yeah.
yeah, you should be treating it exactly like the top face of your bottom cube, but you're not.
Are you referring to the coloring?
Yeah, the coloring and the gradient. Yeah, just draw it upside down.
Alright. Give me a moment, sir.
Hi, Valera. And yes, Storm, I remember Bobo. Bobo was fantastic.
I saw little clips of it when I was a kid. Or maybe it was like commercials on Cartoon Network or Toonami or whatever. I never got to really see it.
If you have a chance, if you want something that's silly, yes. Let me just give you the premise. The main character is a hair warrior. They fight for the glory of hair and the protection of all things hair. And they battle with their nose hair. And their villains are bald people. Specifically, Lord Baldy Bald.
I see. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of pop culture references at the time to other anime too. So like you got the obligatory references to like Gintama, Dragon Ball, and all that jazz.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, nice.
Yeah, and it's a battle anime too, but it's like a gag battle anime. So it's like kind of the same vein as Ultimate Muscle.
All right.
It's a fun time, but you have to know exactly what you're expecting if you're going into it to enjoy it.
I think this bottom face is too dark, and also like a weird tint of blue. But I think the tinting was intentional because I was trying to make it not bleed into the other faces. What can I do?
Bayonetta figure.
I don't
Maybe
know
a
why.
little
I don't
bit.
know why Juan is typing in caps, but we are doing well.
Development, yes. Yes. It do be going.
It be developing.
Yes. Like a Polaroid picture. Yeah, it's better green.
Yeah. Seeing what I could do to.
Alleviate.
Yeah. Gotta make it a bit softer, I guess. It's all about that kind of airbrushed feel. That's what Inti did a lot back then.
Mm-mm. You might need to make that shine longer too.
It's not. Well, yeah, I guess to help prevent the bottom and the side face from blending.
Yeah.
That's fair. Let me redo that. Is this long enough for you?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. The end may be a little. You might have like poofed it a little too much.
Well, let's see how it looks in game. One thing I'm seeing, this little diagonal corner, I need to put an outline there because it's not.
Blending.
It's melting a bit.
Yeah, fair. Just a tiny. Wow.
Kill penguin, huh?
Mm.
I'm gonna pick. Actually, let me do the little hack nonsense I gotta do.
Hi, Vega. Welcome back.
Welcome back, Vega. Bayonetta, if it had ADHD and hung up on the hair. I've never actually played Bayonetta, but I hear it's pretty good.
Yep. Bayo is she's a queen.
Literally?
No. How do I put this?
I'm not really familiar with the story or much of anything about it.
Okay, so like the gameplay is DMC.
Okay.
The story is about well, I mean, depends on the game. TLDR, she's fighting against the forces of
Those who are not fashionable.
angels.
Okay.
Yeah, kinda. There's betrayal and stuff, and yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She
A witch who's
She's a
looking
very-
for her memory. That sounds like the premise of Witcher Storm. The Witcher games.
she's very confident and
Mhm.
has a very imposing aura around her. Yeah, she can freeze time. Which time? Let's go. Basically, you have counterattacks that you can do where if you time it, she does like little flips out of the way and freezes time. It's neat. Also, her clothes are her hair.
Okay.
Yep. Oh yeah, and she's tall.
That
So like when I see she's
that I am familiar with.
yeah. It's like when I say like she's a queen, like that's what I mean. Like
So what you're saying is, she would fit right in playing basketball.
She would give everybody on the basketball field nosebleeds, and then get 100 points in like 3 minutes.
And then she would shoot the referee with her leg guns.
Yep.
And then say a really bad pun.
I think most of her one-liners are solid.
Do you see her ever quoting Duke Nukem?
Jesus, I hope not.
Alright, fair enough. How does the background look to you now?
Um, my last nitpick,
Okay.
the bottom face of all the other squares.
Okay, so the ones that are at the top, above the horizon line.
Those are also now top faces.
Are you saying they're not quite lit? Okay, yeah, they're not. They're very dark.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they should be illuminated by this kind of center light source.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That is fair. That is fair.
Bayo's very classy. She's
like James Bond classy?
Maybe. I'm not sure if I consider. Well, it's a different kind of class.
Uh-huh.
I guarantee you there will not be an MMZR 2.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna confirm that. There's not gonna be a sequel to this game. It's a one-off. So, for a second, it sounded like you were humming Harry Potter.
I mean, I could, but it's the different tune. Curious.
Tier 3 one of the best games. When you compare MMZR 5, oh boy. Yeah, each chapter of the game is its own game. It's, oh god, Johnny, it's like Ground Zeroes. You take the Ragnarok prologue, you make that its own title.
Oh god.
MMZR, Wild Incidents.
What we'll do is we'll get halfway through the Vile fight, and then we'll stop it, and then put a cutscene, and then put the credits, And then the next game, what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna go forward in time by a little bit, and this is like after the fight. And then once he shows up again, then we'll stop it. And then the third game, we're gonna go back and we're gonna film the middle piece to where we finish the fight with Vile, and then continue on until we get to the beginning of the second game.
Alright, is your nitpick satisfied?
The right block now.
The key? The keyblade?
The key. The Keyblade.
Keyblade.
Darkness. Keyblade.
You know, I've never played Kingdom Hearts. What game would you recommend I start with?
It depends on if you want to play all of them or not.
Probably not. Do I look like I have free time?
In that case, you could play Birth by Sleep. Birth by Sleep is one of the few games where you don't have to have any information about the others and still enjoy it.
Hmm.
All the others require you to have previous information.
Which platform is this game on?
PSP.
Okay.
But you can play the collection, which has it on modern consoles and modern PC.
Oh, nice.
He can't play KH2 first, because he would have to play 1 and Chain of Memories. One could argue he could skip days and play days afterwards, but he's still missing critical information that would make 2 not make sense.
Alright, so I updated the bottom face. I am keeping the bottom face
The one
in
in
the
the
back,
back.
because there's
Yeah, that's fair.
the little bottom pieces preventing that light from hitting, so it makes sense.
Yeah, it's fine.
Better?
You gotta clean up the shine in the bottom at the front of the key. It's doing this weird funky thing.
I'm saying that. I think that might be Photoshop doing something weird. Because it
Yeah.
doesn't look like that in the high-res art.
Just make it bigger and more right leaning, I guess.
Let me try that little hack I talk about first, because sometimes it's because of that.
Fair point. Yeah, the story thus far has a collection of everything.
How does it look now? Is it still... let me just send you a screenshot, because I know YouTube's compression doesn't do this justice.
Yeah.
Side note, I'm looking at the thumbnail for our live stream right now, and it actually looks pretty cool.
Yay. It still has that little funkiness. Just extend the gradient out like maybe 2 or 3 times what it is right now, and it should fix it.
Extend it forward, not back, right? Not away from the camera, not towards.
Away from the camera, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just make it a little brighter, and I think that'll compensate when it scales. Yeah, the problem is you got a bright spot, and okay, so what's probably happening is subpixels actually. It's like the edge of the bottom face isn't on a multiple of 4. So when it downscales, it's doing some interpolation with the transparent pixels. So what I can do is adjust the mask on the bottom face to give a little bit more of a smooth gradient, I think.
You could also add the shine.
I could, and should I though?
Yeah, you should.
I don't want to put it everywhere. That's like super cliche.
Focus on the corner. Do you see where the cornering is?
Okay, you want a short highlight then?
No. If you look at where the top right of the key, you see where like the bottom face merges with the front face, or the side face. I mean.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you see, I kind of like we can't see where the bottom face is very much anymore.
Oh yeah, it kind of there's some melting. Yes, that
Yeah,
is
yeah.
fair.
If you're gonna do a shine, it probably should be around that area.
Yeah, you know what? Let me try it. Let me try.
That might help the shape in the front too by giving context for the eyes.
Does feel a bit too bright, or maybe I need to thicken it a little bit. I think it's thinner than the other highlights, which is partially why it's throwing me off right now.
I think it just needs more gradient across the entire thing, with the back end still being there, but just being faint.
I think I understand what you mean. Now let me absolutely butcher everything you said.
Yay! Are you okay, Vega? Do you need help?
He's got a good sense of humor.
Do I need to save you from Axel? He's not real. He doesn't exist. He can't hurt you.
Blink twice if Axel is holding you hostage right now.
Yeah, I would... I'd hit that highlight with some thinning quite aggressively.
You think it's too thick right now?
Yeah, so
Is it,
like
so
thinning on the
it's-
top.
Are you good with the length?
I think the length is fine. I think the back still needs to be less bright. Like the middle, like hold on.
Hmm.
Give me a second.
Oh, my back.
Yeah, three distinct. Yes.
Wow, it's already been 3 hours.
Yeah,
That went by fast.
there you go. So like starting at like 64% transparency, do the highlight.
Oh, you wanted to
The whole
go
thing?
down.
Yeah. Like start at 64, do the whole thing, and then do all the way to 3 and only 3 with another 64, and then only to 2 with another 64, and then the final one with a 64.
You want to start thin, get thick, and then get thin again?
No. Start bright, get darker, and then get a touch brighter.
Okay. Please hold.
Okay.
Like this?
Yeah, but make the entire thing like a lot darker and a lot thinner.
You want me to make the whole line thinner? A less thick line, but the length is good.
Yeah.
Okay, let me redo this then. Because before I thought like the lines were too thin, to be honest. Like this?
Yeah, now everything else must be darkened accordingly. So like that corner should be pretty dark. Like
The
we barely
highlight.
see it. Yeah.
Not reducing the opacity. You want me to darken the highlight?
Well, you could reduce the opacity. Both will get roughly the same result.
Like this. Whatever stream capture set for you.
Yeah, and so like now the middle segment and that side right there should be like 50% of what it is right now.
Middle section.
Yeah, of the big line. From the middle to the end should be darker, and then the right side should match that.
Think I understand. Like this.
Yeah.
Okay. See how it looks.
It might be a touch too aggressive still, but yeah, it's just a little bit too aggressive. Like go over the entire thing with like a 20%.
Yeah.
Alright, that should be good then.
I'm gonna make it even
Hopefully.
more subtle. It's still kind of popping out a bit too much.
Yeah, it is.
I get the
Yeah.
idea. We're trying to like help separate the different faces, create that edge. Like, how's this look,
Yeah.
dude?
I think that one's good.
Okay, cool. Any other nitpicks?
Can't really find much. At this point, I think it's solid enough.
Okay.
Well, actually,
Okay. Yeah.
I did realize one.
Uh-huh.
That front. Remember how you wanted to have the shadow?
The ambient occlusion.
key?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, the key shadow.
Yes.
We're missing shadows
Wait.
on the bottom right one.
Yeah, I get, okay, yeah, because basically here to the right of where I'm stroking with my cursor, you want to make that darker. Because
Also,
it's
one
blocking.
the one
also-
below it too.
That is true. Yeah, I guess it would cast a shadow, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. Thank you for bringing that up.
Other than that, I don't see any other illegalities.
That's because we're Iliad games, not illegal games, Johnny.
But we could be.
It's time to rebrand.
Welcome to Illegal Games.
It's like the name of a piracy site.
Honestly, it'd probably go hard.
We'd get
Someone should do
sued
it.
so fast.
Probably. But it'd be really hard to find the site. Like, search engine SEO, good luck.
The heck? How do I get rid of that? So we want to kind of include it kind of like this, I guess.
Yeah. Your angle's a touch off. It's close.
Ah,
Close.
is it?
Yeah. Bring the bottom, like, touch to the right. Just a touch.
Like this?
Little more, little more.
Like this.
I think that's right.
This is why you draw out your vantage points.
True, true.
I'm not gonna do that though.
Actually, you might want to overcorrect even further and just repair it from there.
You think it's okay? Okay.
Just in case. Just in case. And now you can make those edges have an outline, I guess.
Yeah. Hold on.
I just had an epiphany.
Did you now?
The outline is the opposite of the highlight in some cases.
Opposite in what way?
In that you're using a line of darkness to convey the absence of light to help define shape, just like you're using the light with the line to help define shape by having the presence of light.
True, true, yeah. I mean, both are about defining edges, I suppose, right?
Mm-hmm. Or just shape in general.
Well, it's, what's the word? Form, I guess?
Yeah. Yeah. Gotta go slow.
I don't wanna go slow. Alright, let me make a little outline on that edge. Yeah. Like that, I think.
Oh, I was meaning the front face. That corner.
Well, I already have ambient occlusion on it. Right, I got a little bit of shading going.
Oh, not there, not there. I mean, like,
Oh,
much further, much further.
this big thing.
Yes.
You want
yes,
me
yes,
to
yes.
do this?
Yeah, yeah, and then like taper off the end just a tiny bit.
Okay, so literally the highlights.
Yeah. Yeah. Reverse highlights.
I'm still gonna do that right edge though, because I think it helps.
That's fair.
Alright, let me see how this looks in game. Let me turn off this BG. Do, 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 do.
You know, Jack, if you put a pixel in every single corner, you won't have to reposition it every time.
That is true. For some reason, Photoshop repositions it every time I copy and paste. I don't know why. But let's test your theory.
Yay.
I love this song.
Yeah, that should help. And if it doesn't, I'm gonna scream at Adobe, because they should know better.
I think that unironically worked. Thank you.
Yay.
In honor of your advice, I named the corner layer Johnny.
Beautiful. Glorious.
Let's see what this looks. Do you think I should make the shadow more of a gradient? Like it's darker the closer it is to the top, you know, the what's the word? Top piece, the top face that is the top piece that is making the shadow in the first place.
Yes and no. I'm gonna send you something.
Okay. If I lower the color depth to the GBA resolution, the GBA color depth, how bad does this look? I actually can't tell the difference. Is this shader working? Oh, the shaders don't work. Nope, never mind. Okay, if I lower the render scale to native, I can't tell the difference.
There we go, I sent you the thing.
Dark mid light. Oh, you wanna do the transition, not okay on the side, right in the back. That's a particular. Why that particular angle you're doing though with that triangle on 2?
As we get further back, the bleed between the darker and light are going to be more apparent. The closer you get to that edge, the more crisp it's going to be.
Oh, you're thinking of... Okay, I see. You're thinking of, like, the light rays are kind of coming in from an angle. The further they go out, the more that angle is multiplied.
Mm-hmm. You get a little bit of bleed going on.
Okay. Please hold. And then I gotta do the shadow thing on this other cube next.
Yeah. You could probably copy the same triangle behavior on that back piece too, just a smidge.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna just kind of eyeball this.
Yeah, it's fine. You can honestly go a little bit aggressive if you want.
I suppose.
We don't have precedent, so like...
Somebody's just gonna analyze every single pixel of this. Be like, no, you did it wrong. Iliad Games, how dare you ruin my Monday?
Somebody will. And I will laugh at them.
I will laugh with you. In Spanish.
Ja, 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 ja.
Ja, ja, ja.
Where's my cord? There's my cord. Plug it in, plug it in. There we go. Yay. Hmm.
So ignore the bad pixels here, but I assume you're going for something like this.
Yeah, but with a little bit soft edges.
Yeah, of course. Just gotta clean this up. I gotta memorize some of the hotkeys with Photoshop.
Hmm. Do you have a controller?
The Xbox controller, yes.
Yeah. You can rebind the hotkeys to your controller.
That'd be very weird.
Yeah, it sounds weird, but it works pretty good.
I'd have to take my hands off my keyboard though every time. They'd be like,
Yeah, but-
oh, what does the right stick do?
No, you'll be using the left stick. Like, you'll have your D-pad, the stick, and then the shoulder buttons. And so if you macro it, you can have stuff like left trigger plus left trigger plus left button plus D-pad left increases brush size, right decreases brush size, no trigger, left stick up, change brush, L3 add layer. You can do a lot of stuff. What I had ended up doing was I ended up making profiles for my right stick. So I'd flick my stick to change profiles, and I had 8 different profiles that would change what the other 6 buttons I had available to my hand for.
Oh,
Which
so
meant I had like
sorry.
64 buttons available. Or is it 64 actions available? Yeah.
Is this what you were going for as far as the shadow?
I think so. You can make it a little bit fuzzier in the back end. But yeah, that's roughly.
Back end.
Yeah, the biggest part of the triangle. You can add a little more fuzz.
Okay. Photoshop has a blur tool. I'm gonna play with that for a moment.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, I can make it softer, can't I? Yeah, because it's kind of a hard edge shadow right now, but that's not quite how it'd be, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Like you want the front to be hard and the back to be soft.
Please don't take this live stream out of context.
Behave.
Sorry.
You're funny. It's true though. It's true.
use my drawing tablet for a lot of this, but I'm getting a lot of mileage out of just the mouse.
Yeah, sometimes the mouse is just easier to use due to familiarity.
It's also just, you know, you want to use like the pen tool or the rectangle tool, and I prefer using the mouse for that over just my shaky hands with a pen.
That's fair. You have finer control. Or it feels like you have finer control.
Yeah. Alright, let me get that shadow in for the other cube.
Mm-mm.
Alright, so
Yeah, it turned out nice.
roughly the same angle as the last one. I'm probably gonna mess up.
Mayhaps. We'll see. Yeah, it looks good in game.
What, the angle?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me soften the edges. Here. Oh, this right side's a little wonky. Like, oh, is it the mask?
The stream exploded.
Oh no. No data? What the hell? Oh, it. Huh? Please tell me the stream didn't stop.
I think it recovered. Okay.
I hate my ISP, dude.
I think.
Well, it says excellent connection
good
for me.
It was momentary. We have recovered.
I panicked for a moment. It's gonna sound weird. Oh, now that there's this shadow here, this feels weirdly more like a 3D model than before. Like, I mean, I guess that makes sense. It's more realistic now. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Now it's like clicking in your head.
this is how lights work. Yeah, I suppose. Does have a bit of that issue of just the top face of one cube bleeding into the front face of another. I gotta see what I can do about that.
More outline, I guess.
Yeah, but even the outline I'm doing now, it sucks. But maybe it's just the color I used.
I think the color is fine. I just
Too late, I deleted it.
Oh no. I think the issue was the other side, the side outline.
Do you think, okay, should it be there?
You overcorrected a little bit, but yeah, the side and then the cornering, the inner corner, without floating into the bright territory. Don't put the outline on where it's bright.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah,
It does help.
I think it's fine like that.
I just think I should put the outline on the front face of that cube as well.
Probably just a touch. And then you can do the triangle fuzz.
Keep on clicking on the wrong layer. I guess I could do the little triangle thing, yeah. Although I kind of like the way it looks right now. I'll do a little bit of fuzz.
Just a very
bit.
small triangle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so subtle.
See. Oh my god, Photoshop, please. What are you doing? Why can't I? Why is it making error noises every 2 seconds? Dude.
It's fighting you.
Apparently. I'm legit getting annoyed right now.
Technically, the project started, I think, 2015, right?
What the game became, yeah. Technically, it started as a Flash animation by Nick Nitro, like a Flash animation series, and then he wanted to make it into a game, and then I joined the project in early 2015. The iteration of the game that we have now, that's when it kind of started. So it went through quite the evolution. Oh, take care, Nando.
Transformation.
But yes, for all intents and purposes, the game that's being worked on right now started in 2015.
Yeah. Radial light bleed. That's what it is.
Is that the actual name of the term?
I'm pretty sure.
Interesting. Alright.
It might not be the term.
Are you just like Googling right now?
I googled it and it gave me no results. And I'm like, well, okay. Maybe not. It
Very
feels
well,
right,
then.
though.
Hmm. How's this look to you, man?
Yeah, it's good enough.
Cool.
It's such a shallower cut, so we're not going to see too much of it. So I think it's fine like that.
Yeah. Let me just soften this a bit.
Fair.
Nope, nope. That's not right. I made it worse. You know what? It's good enough. It's good enough. Alright. This is what it looks like in game.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. For a background that consists of nothing but cubes, this is turning out better than I thought.
Mm-hmm. Very solid. Are you gonna, you just call it BG Servo?
Well, you don't like the name?
We could call it what it is.
What would you call it?
Cyberspace.
Technically, yes. We still need to have that discussion, you know?
Yeah, for official name, that's fair.
Just to be clear, I intended for this to be used during the Hyperburst tutorial, Johnny.
Yeah, that's the area.
I seem to recall you meant, well, okay. I thought with cyberspace you wanted a very different aesthetic. But there's a different word for what you, those sections. Alright?
Yes, servo stuff would be subspace.
Mm-hmm.
Distinctly different from same technology as cyberspace, but distinctly different. It's like a company's intranet versus the internet.
So, Storm, I have not seen the Amazon Prime show. I've heard it's pretty bad. I've heard that the creators were pretty spiteful towards Tolkien. And I don't... If I go and watch it, then I'm supporting them, and I don't want to do that. Also, what's this about RGBs?
I don't know. I refuse to watch it because they got elves wrong in the trailer initially. In the books, all elves are supposed to have long, very, very long hair. And they decided to show an elf with almost no hair.
That is a weirdly specific reason to boycott a show.
I care about the details.
They got the hair wrong!
They did.
I mean,
elves are not supposed to cut their hair.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, maybe this elf was an outcast. Maybe it's just an angsty teen elf. Although that sounds, I wouldn't watch that either. That was
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just a phase, Mom.
Jesus. Lord of Teen of the Rings. There we go.
Yeah.
I can quit the One Ring's power when I want.
Oh God. It's like when they did that Hellboy reboot.
I vaguely recall that.
So, you know, Hellboy. Have you seen? Okay, have you seen the original movie, or at least are you at least familiar with the character?
Yeah.
You know, he's from like World War II, and they take place in modern times, so 2000s. So he's at least like 60 years old, right?
Yeah, it's pretty ancient.
In the reboot, they wrote him as an angsty teen, while still making him like 70 years old.
What?
Yes. I'm
Who-
dead serious.
Do you know the director?
Not off the top of my head. You'd have to look it up. Wouldn't be
Okay,
too hard
I'm
to
adding
Google,
to my-
though.
I'm gonna add them to my blacklist. Hellboy reboot. Is that pulled up? The Crooked Man. Neil Marshall. Okay. I will remember you, Neil Marshall.
Yeah, it was the 2019 film, I believe.
Yeah.
Beyond the way they characterize Hellboy, just the movie's really bad. So not worth your time.
Mm-hmm.
And the funny thing is, what the movie flopped, and then they blamed it on just the fact that it was a reboot. Big wide
No.
failed. It's like, no, it's just poorly done, poorly executed.
Okay, this.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Storm. Like, the original Hellboy movie from the 2000s was great.
I have not seen any of this man's movies, and judging by his lineup, I will not see any of this man's movies.
I mean, that's fair. I ain't gonna stop you, sir.
He did a few episodes from Black Sails, Game of Thrones, Hannibal, and Westworld, but he only did one episode on each one of those.
Did he do season 2 of Westworld?
No, he just did a single episode of Westworld
But which
called
season?
The Stray.
Which season?
The Stray. Third episode of the first season.
Okay, then I can't blame him. By the way, I don't know if you've seen all of Westworld, Johnny, but the final season's absolutely terrible. Don't watch it.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't picked it up since I got the disappointment from the Japanese world.
Yeah. Season 3 is actually really interesting, though. I'm not going to get into details because I don't want to spoil anything, but Aaron Paul's in it. And I can't stop thinking it's Jesse.
Mr. White, we gotta battle the androids.
Jesus Christ.
It's a whole new ball game out here.
Oh god, okay. Wasn't expecting that, but I can roll with it. Why is your game engine called an Immortal Engine? Our group was originally called Immortal Games. We had to change it due to trademarking issues. But the name of the engine is based on the name of our group. Or what it used to be.
It's the legacy.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I think I'm gonna work on that little diamond now. Aaron Paul takes the role of Colborn, Mega Man Z Resurrection. Oh my god. Aaron Paul, I got nothing against the guy, but he doesn't have a lot of range, I feel.
No. I found his first ever acting gig, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, it was a commercial for gum.
How old was he at the time? Was he like a kid?
He had to have been like early teens or young adult. He looked roughly around 19.
Did he sound like Jesse?
No, he didn't really say anything. Like, it was a stare off with somebody else, and then like he stole the man's gum, which tore off his clothes.
Oh.
And so the man stole the gum back, tearing off his clothes too. It was weird.
Are you sure it's not a flashback to when Jesse was younger?
It might have been. You know, maybe it was the prequel all along. Yeah, it's that commercial. It's so strange.
Alright, I got a BRB. Have fun with the chat.
I'ma try.
Don't do anything I would.
Revivification, uwu.
I heard that.
Yes. Breaking Bad, chewing gum. Now in blue. Los Pollos Hermanos flavored gum. "11 herbs and spices. Packed in a chewing gum stick. Oh, that fried chicken gum would be absolutely cursed. Do you remember the brand of gum? Ooh. It was an older gum. It was like Juicy Fruit or something. Hold on, I can find it. Aaron Paul gum commercial. It was Juicy Fruit. Yeah, yeah. Really? Hell yeah. I'd love to see it. I'm excited to see how Joe Penguin works. It's gonna be glorious. It's such a silly idea. It's fantastic. I think it's something probably Magnus and SR will probably enjoy messing with too when you're done. It's so silly, but I think they'd have a fun time with it. Oh, my fingers are not behaving. Why aren't you working, fingers? Stop. There we go. Ooh, the itis keeps on coming back. Thinking about it, if the background is synced to the music, this would also make a really nice visualizer.
Mm-hmm. Potentially, yeah, like sync to the drum beat or something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just like
Yeah, every time there's like a pick or a stare, it's like a pulse effect. Something like that, I guess.
for every 32 bars, a complete cycle, I think would work. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That way, like, the actual effect doesn't, you know, get funky,
Mm-hmm.
but it's still in timing with the music.
There's something I need to test here, actually, with the servo scenario.
Mm.
So I have this idea. So, okay. Actually, give me a minute. I need to hydrate. I can't talk.
Liquid! Hi, reminiscence. Welcome. And yeah, Archer is pretty nice. How's it going? Good stuff, I hope, right? Nice, nice, nice. We're fine. Year's been a little bit rough, but good stuff. Good progress on some things too. Hi, Nikki. Hey. Oh, that's right. I knew I forgot something.
What did you forget?
The stream overlay. Because I made a new one. I need to digitize it.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll be a good testing ground for getting back into using my tablet.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
So, okay, what I was saying before. Okay, so we have the Hyrule tutorial, right? And the beginning, you're just kind of getting into it. You're learning how to use the chips. You kind of walk through the menus, showing the abilities, because all that stuff, right? And if you recall, Tito made two versions of the theme. One that's kind of relaxed and one that's intense. Now, I intend for the relaxed theme to be used during that just teaching you how to do stuff point. But when you're left by yourself to test out the different chips against infinite number of enemies, that's when the intense theme change is used. And when that happens, my intention was to go from this like calm green and blue to red. Nick, this background isn't for testing purposes, this is for one section of the game. Think like cyberspace and that sort of thing. Are you
If you're gonna
okay, yeah.
If you're gonna do red and orange, that way you still keep the effect, but not deviating too far.
Give me a moment. Red, like background light, I think, but then that makes like the that's kind of like what we have already, though.
We can do 3 and 2.5. It doesn't have to be extreme. 3 and 2.5 is
I say
good enough.
three for the light and 2.5 for the blocks.
No, shifting between 3 and 2.5.
Okay. Please hold. I'll write some code for this.
Alright. The yellow's a bit strange, but it should be fine. Turn Aries. Let's go.
Oh, hey, Darn. How you doing, dude?
Hey. The greatest.
Yellow for the light looks weird to me.
Give it time. Give it time.
Let's go from like yellow to orange and
Yeah, it's ominous.
That's not the word I'd use. It's mustard flavored.
I don't see it as that. But fair.
Yeah, I don't need the block to be red. I need the light to be red, because that's the thing that's taken like center focus. You know.
We want to be careful because we don't want Zero to vanish.
Maybe we do.
We don't.
Maybe he was never there. I mean, something like this, I think, would be nice.
I think it's too red.
Do you want me to up the saturation?
No, we have to be careful because we have a player character that's red against the red background.
Well, let's test that out then. Let's see if it's actually tolerable.
It's not about tolerability, about the player losing the character visually.
We're gonna have green floors, though. Well, okay.
Yeah, but they jump.
Well, okay. Hold on. My point is, let's test this to see if the player's actually gonna disappear. Right?
Well, they're not gonna vanish, but it's gonna get strenuous.
I understand your concern. I'm just saying, let's see if the concept's viable or not. This color, it's more 3.75. Right.
.825.
Try to get like the same as Photoshop here, but maybe it's just because of the compression, but it just doesn't quite.
It's close.
The same. Close. Okay, what I'm seeing is like with the one in Photoshop, there's like more contrast between the blocks and the sky. The blocks feel darker. Here, they're like brighten up, and I'm not wondering if that's like because of the engine, or am I just not doing this hue shift right? Well, okay, hold on. Let me just export the background with the hue shift already in place and see if it looks correct in game, and we can go from there.
I suppose.
Okay, yeah, when I exported in game, or no, Yeah, I think my Q shift goes off because now I would say that contrast I was talking about.
Hmm.
Darn, this background is for if you play the demo, there's that part where you learn how to use hyperburst. This is the background for that. It's kind of, it has a cyberspace type of feel. But all right, so I don't think Zero's disappearing.
If you put him in the center of the screen, you'll see.
No. Still here.
I'm not saying he's vanishing, but if you back up a little bit, you'll see how he's blending into the background.
If I back up out of my chair.
Yeah, a little bit. Like, try to look for his background horn.
Yes,
horn
the
behind.
horn is disappearing, but that's a small
Right, now
price
look
to
at-
pay.
Yeah, but now look at his arm, and then his leg,
Yes,
and then the foot.
but it's
That's
not
my
like I
concern.
can't see Zero anymore. Right?
Well, it's because it makes it difficult. And if you're dealing with constantly moving stuff, and you have a player trying to keep track of it, any little bit of that is going to be a problem, which is why we should avoid that. Orange? Yes, fine. But that specific red? It's too close.
Hmm.
There's a lot of bleed.
You're a lot of bleed.
Sometimes. Mm.
Oh god, this looks terrible.
Oh, I didn't know we were in Jello World.
Apparently, there, man. I think just my Q shift code. It's not as Let's do something with the lighting. It's like brightening the image a bit.
Mayhaps.
Okay.
That, and yet
What if I boost the saturation so much you go blind?
now you're just exasperating the issue. Irish.
It's called Wild.
I did. Oh god.
Fine, I'll try orange. Orange doesn't really sell to me danger.
I mean, is he really in danger though?
I mean, the music's revving up. Don't you
Yeah,
want
we want-
something that to really like? Look, green and blue is relaxing. Green and blue is like I'm lying back in my chair, closing my eyes, and just enjoying the. I just realized how that makes no sense. I was supposed to enjoy the sights, but how am I enjoy the sights if my eyes are closed?
We're going from cool to warm, from calm to tension. Yes.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right. We can use oranges. Oranges they still give that elevated feel.
I'm
Yellows
looking at
too.
this orange. I don't feel like it. I don't feel that elevated.
Well, if red is the only thing that gives you that elevation, I think that
I
that
need to
might
see
be
a
more to your
doctor.
problem.
I need to see a
Yeah.
doctor over this. Okay, let me up the saturation of the orange at least.
Nah. If anything, we should do the opposite. Reduce the saturation.
No, that is boring.
We don't want the character to get lost.
Look. I just have the saturation. Does this look captivating to you?
Okay, put it at 0.9. 0.9.
I don't. I'm not feeling anything right now, Johnny.
I think it's fine.
Are you sure?
I think so. You get enemies popping on. What used to be blue and green is now this. Now, if you want to make it more impactful, you remember that sine wave we had earlier?
We still have it.
Yeah. Okay. Now make it copy the omega effect to where it has that flicker with a smaller flicker.
Mm-hmm.
And use that for a slight amount, and I mean slight, a very slight amount of saturation. From like
Okay.
0.9 to 1.1. And that'll give you that tense feeling you're looking for.
Or I can just hit everything red.
Oh, Jesus. No.
It's fine. We'll figure this out later. I don't want to debate this all night. Regardless, I think this is a nice looking background.
Yeah.
Now, there's one last piece I need to do for this, though.
The diamond.
Yes, sir. And that one, I got a few different angles for. But before I do that, does the size look good to you?
To be clear, you're trying to rotate it, right?
I am going to be rotating it 6 angles, 6 frames.
Six frames. Six
Yeah.
frames.
Yeah.
For a 90-degree rotation?
Yeah.
So 15 each.
20 each is what I have, but yes.
Tw- that doesn't, hold on. 20 each doesn't match.
That doesn't add up?
No, it doesn't. 15 each. If you want to do 6 frames, well, technically 5 frames, 15 each, I think. Hold on. Yeah. Because if you do 20, you're over rotating.
Oh, okay. Well, hold on.
Oh, you did a strange shape. Hold
Well,
on.
it looks like a diamond.
Yeah, so you're at 120 is your divisible.
Yes.
Got it. Even then, 20 doesn't... 26. You're still doing 5 frames, I think. At 20.
Well, take a look. I have the rotations here.
40.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
0 to... Okay, so the 7th one is actually rotating. Your loop. Okay. Any particular reason you went with a triad?
Metal Gear Solid VR missions.
I see.
That was my inspiration.
It might be... It might be a little off to the player.
Only one way to find out.
As soon as we get to that 40%, a lot of the face is front.
Mm-hmm.
There's very little left on the side. And then it's mirrored for the next one almost. And it's perfectly flat. So 180 on it. 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. 20, 30, 30, 20, 30, 30. Hmm. Okay, hear me out.
All right.
Once you do all of them, make a copy of them, right? And then offset them from the initial frame with the frame before it, behind the image, and then reduce the transparency of it to about 20%. That way it's like a ghost. That way, even when it's spinning, you still see the effect of it spinning and you have a clear idea of its frame.
Okay.
Give it its own ghost data.
I think I understand.
Hmm.
Please hold. Well, let me render these out first off.
Okie dokie.
What did you say the name of what did you say was the name of this shape? Triad?
I think it's a triad. Yeah.
I wrote
It's a triad
diamonds, but I don't
pyramid.
think that's accurate.
Nah. It's technically a very squished square. No, not a very squished. Oh, it's 6 faces. It's. The brain is doing the funky right now.
Understandable.
Triangulum. Uh, uh, it, it's not a prism.
Hmm.
It's not a hedron either. I mean, it's partially a pyramid, but tetrahedron.
Tetrahedron. Tetrahedron, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Yeah, you have a double-sided tetrahedron.
Funky name.
Yes.
I'm definitely gonna forget it.
I'll probably also forget, but
2,
yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Alright.
Exclamation point.
1, 2, 3. Probably gonna like turn these into sprites after I'm done. And then just animate. But for now, I'm keeping it in this background so that I can just use the lighting and everything as reference and the colors and all that.
Yeah.
Okay. In your opinion, should these also be green?
It should be distinct.
So different color.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What do you think plays nice with this blue?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Give me a second. Okay. Hmm. You can go gold.
Gold. Okay.
Gold. You can borrow from Gate if you want.
I'd rather not.
Why not?
It's Gate.
But he's so gold.
So cool.
He's so shiny.
Well, let me get some flats going and then I'll figure this out. I need to see how they look against the background, you know? Excuse me.
Super shiny.
Someone DM me? Oh, you did
Yeah.
me. Oh, I thought you meant like pull out, you use gate sprites from like X6. I'm like, okay, but it's X6.
No, not. I just mean its general color is a good gold
Did you
color.
just say general?
I did.
Is general confirmed?
No, it's definitely not Iris.
General's in this game?
Yes, Hitterl's in the game.
I guess the proper pronunciation is general.
And his sister Generales.
Not her generala?
Right.
I have no idea what I'm doing. But okay, alright. Let me download this image and then... go there.
I think they're good colors. The darkest and the lightest are solid. I know
Okay.
gold's a very difficult color to...
Oh, absolutely. It's one of those colors you really have to leverage hue shifting. It's not negotiable.
Yellows are rough.
But okay, so this is backlit, which means and these faces are
I'd grab his foot.
like the
You got-
orangey bit.
Yeah, we got 4 colors right there. We have the backlit with the red, almost. We have the dark, almost brown, the yellow, and then the bright yellow.
It's a little tricky because I got to make these 4 different faces like distinct from each other, but then I also got to backlight it. I love the JPEG compression on this PNG.
Yes. The face that the player is seeing should be the darkest face, right?
Yes, but okay. If you look at my screen, on the first
Yeah.
frame, all 4 faces are what the player can see.
Yeah. So like the edges are gonna be the bright area, but the point is gonna be dark. So like we're not gonna be getting that kind of what you're doing right now. We're not gonna be getting that because the light source is behind it.
Are you saying that the 4 faces aren't distinct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's more smooth shading then.
And that's the the unfortunate casualty of backlighting it.
I think backlighting looks cool though.
Yeah,
I
that's
say
fair.
that. I say that for a lot of things. Backlighting. It's less
You're going
basic.
to
Mhm. Sorry.
Yeah, you're going to rely on line a lot for this, I think.
On
Uh,
line? You mean outlines?
yeah, yeah, outlines and inlines. I think like use the base darkest color, do your outlines for it, do the entire rotation, and then focus on adding the lighter colors after the fact. That way you can get the way the light moves around it as it spins.
I think I understand.
Because once it does that first 20, that left face is going to brighten up a lot.
Is it gonna be fun?
And then yeah. And then the right face is going to get a lot darker. It's going to be a rough one, I think.
Hopefully it stands out.
Mm-hmm.
Are you cringing right now?
A little bit.
Is this not what he meant by outlines?
Yes, but I didn't mean the outline.
Huh?
Linguistic error on my part. The outline of the inner lines, yes. The outline on the outside of the shape, no.
You want the center lines.
Yes.
Okay. That I think I could do.
Because the actual outside's going to be highlights, technically.
That's wrong. It's kind of like slightly diagonal.
Yeah, you bent it just a wee bit.
Kind of like this. Is this what you're going for?
No. Here. Let me...
You gonna draw something?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to... This is the shading that you're gonna have to go for, I believe. Or something akin to this.
Hmm. Excuse me.
You're excused.
I am well aware, Storm. I know it flopped. I know that. Even like the first trailer, it was like massively disliked. I have not seen the movie. I have no interest in watching Disney's live-action remakes. My understanding is the vast majority of them are pretty awful. Disney is the company that consistently messes up. And that goes for a lot of things. I mean, is it a movie you've seen, Storm? Yeah, I am aware, and I know the lead actress is an incredibly rude individual, from what I've heard.
People do not like her.
A lot of ego, a lot of hubris, very narcissistic, from my understanding.
Alright. Fair warning. Difficult shape. But this should get you an idea of how it's going to transform and how the lighting's going to change as you spin it.
Okay, you want that first frame to be kind of a cross.
We have the cross for the line, and then we have the what's labeled as number 2 as the darkest shade. And then the base color behind it, and then 3 is the highlight. And that's going to repeat the entire as it goes shoom, shoom.
I don't understand what that curvy shape is inside number 2 on the top.
The curvy...
What?
The curvy shape is the point, followed by the 2 lines, the top line going forward and the line going to the left. It's bridging those together, but as we're getting further away, you're getting less light from it. We're not using a exact diamond for it, and the reason why is because we want to follow the line from 1 to give the line more weight. That way it pops out more. This is all going to be blended together, so it's not going to be as visible as it is on paper. That's just a blueprint, so to speak.
Well, let me know if I mess it up.
I will try. Yeah, I mean, Steven.
What does that guy do these days?
Good question.
He was the Jurassic Park dude, right?
I mean, yeah, but... He's currently working on Gremlins.
I don't know what that is.
You've never seen Gremlins?
I don't believe so. Is it like
wow. Evil Furbies. You've never seen Evil Furbies?
No, sir.
Oh, it's a classic. You don't
Classic,
feed them after midnight. You don't drip water on them. Otherwise, they turn evil. It's like a...
It's a horror film?
It's a kids horror film, yeah, but they're generally terrifying at a young age.
What's the rating of these films?
I think they were PG. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, all right. Gotcha.
It may have been PG-13. Like, yeah. But they made a cartoon series, and apparently he's working on that currently.
Is this like a movie series that's from the 80s?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Well, good to know.
He's also making Gremlins 3. Okay, that makes sense. He is working on a lot of things at once, right? What? Steven is busy.
Is that right?
Oh my. 21 projects all at the same time. What in the world? Real Steel 2? Yo?
Is that
Hold up.
good?
I loved Real Steel 1. It was one of the first roles with Hugh outside of Wolverine in a long time.
Oh, okay.
It was a good underdog movie. It's about boxing and robots, and it was good. It was good.
All right.
Having a second one after this long is surprising, but I'm interested. Written by John Gattens. He wrote the original too. Okay. Yeah, I might actually... Huh. Okay, that's something to look forward to.
Nice. Happy to hear it. So this is gonna get darker the more it gets to the center, I think, right?
Right, which is why you need to taper off the lines a little bit as you get to the exit on the sides.
Oh boy. I'm definitely gonna mess this up.
Yep. Which is why we don't want to go with the pure triangle.
I mean, I might switch back to just the four side shape. Yeah, this is too much of a hassle.
No. I just mean like your shading in general, which is why we don't want to do that. We want to make it slight.
Kind of that curvy shape you have in the sketch.
Yeah, but very, very lightly. We don't want to do way too much. We just want a hint of it. Right. And now, what color did you use for the line?
This?
Yeah. I would reverse that darkest shade with the color you chose for the line.
Okay. Like this?
Mm-hmm. And then I make the line that darkest color.
You want the outline to be the darkest thing.
Right. For this specific area in the center. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Now you can taper the edges with transparency on the top, left, right, and bottom. Outside of that, the closer it gets to the edge, the lighter it becomes.
Are you talking about the rim lighting?
The line itself.
What line?
The cross.
You want me to... Okay, the outline.
Yeah.
You want me to taper it?
Yeah.
It's like the... Sorry, can you repeat what you meant about tapering?
Okay, so we have the center as
Yep.
the darkest, right?
Yes.
So as the line goes to the out, it's going to become lighter until it
Like
gets to the very edge.
Like in your sketch.
Kind of. It's really hard to convey in the sketch, I suppose.
Like this?
Yeah, yeah. Gotta play with it a little bit, but roughly.
Hmm. I'm gonna do the rim lighting on a separate layer so I don't mess this up.
I really do think you should do shadows in line first. Don't worry about the lighting until after you complete the rotation.
What do you mean by shadows?
The piece that's closest to us that we're doing is the shadow. And then we have one color for the side face that's in the light, and then the color for the faces that are outside the light, which we have right here. We have the darkest, and then we have the second darkest. And rely on those two for the rotation. And then once you get done with that, then you can focus on adding the lighting to it after the fact to give it more of the shine as the faces turn.
Think I understand. Yeah, it looks really derpy right now.
It does.
Yeah. Worst case scenario, I just cut this. I think already this background looks pretty good, to be honest. But then again, I want to learn how to do this, so it doesn't hurt to challenge yourself, right?
Yeah, practice. And I'll say again, avoid hitting the corners with the highlight.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I might have missed that.
You're fine. We want to make sure that the base color is being used as the line itself. Does that make sense?
I think so. Base color
Okay.
is in the flats.
Yes. The flat is pretending to be a line.
Inner line or outer line?
Inner line.
But isn't that what the outline is for the cross we drew?
Yes, but it gets darker because that's the darkest part of the outline.
Are we trying to make
Once
a
you get it-
transparent thing now?
No.
Okay.
Here,
This is
how
what
do
photo
I...
reference is for, now that I think about it.
Yeah,
You
give me
gotta
a
find something
second.
like this in another video game, be like, I want to make that. Let me look at how they did it. Hey, Sus, how you doing, man?
I'm using triangles to help try to convey this.
Hmm?
This is going to be a little strange, but I think it'll make sense.
I appreciate it. Just like in game, I wonder. Not great.
Yeah, it's not going to look great for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
The colors will have to be adjusted after.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the reason why I was asking if this is transparent is right now it has this kind of feeling like you can see the inside of it. Kind of like when you do ice.
Yeah, you kind of have that vibe, and that's
That's a useful tool, but I'm not sure if that's what we're going for.
yeah, that's a side effect.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, hopefully this helps for comprehension. Come on. There we go. Granted, it's a little bit sloppy, but
This is the side face? Side perspective?
no, it's half of it.
The left half.
Yeah, just the left half.
One
And I didn't do
base...
the whole thing.
What's that second word? Base something?
Base has line.
Base as line.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're trying to get a very specific shape with the light, and it kind of tapers as it gets to the corner.
Mm-hmm.
I think I
And
understand.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
The line will look like it's moving from a darker color to a lighter color. But the only reason why it looks like that is because the colors around it are lighter at the edge. That gives it the appearance that it is a line that is lighter, even though it's the base color.
Alright.
That might not seem important now, but once we get into the rotation of it, the way that line transforms between lighter and darker and highlights is going to be important. Just try not to hit the corner exactly. We'll leave a little bit off the corner, that way the base color can sit there.
Aha. Right. Like this?
Yeah.
Okay. Feels weird doing this with a mouse.
Mm-hmm.
Like this.
Yeah, but now it has to get smoothed out a little bit. You'll probably want to blur out from the inside of the highlight outwards towards the center. That way you get the more brightness rather than darkness.
I think I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Like this?
The opposite.
Blur the edges. Well, the
Like
this.
no. We're making the highlight bigger, bleeding more into it. We got the base shape right.
Okay.
Now you gotta get the rest of the gradient as it goes towards the center of the peak. we're blending. We're blending.
Okay. Well, let me look at your sketch again.
Yeah, we just want to get rid of that darkest one. We don't want to use that, except for the line.
Okay, like this.
You... How do I...
It's okay. You're doing your best. This is something I've never done before, so it's could be a learning experience. I'll probably have to revisit this another time, though. I know we got in the stream soon. Getting late.
I'll give it one more go at trying to sketch this.
I appreciate it.
I'll shade it, actually. Hold on. Let me just... I should have done this to begin with. What am I doing?
Well, you're using a pencil. It's hard to shade.
Don't underestimate my pencil. It's glorious. Okay.
Mm.
I think this is the best I can do with what I've got.
Mm. Excuse me. Okay, I can work with this. I probably should be rotowing each face, to be honest. I did and I undid it, but the way I'm doing it right now, it looks very mushy because it lacks that rigidity of each face being separated.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just gonna see what I can do about that.
Line and flats, line and flats. Hmm. At least you didn't try to pitch it and yawn it at the same time.
I'm not that crazy, but maybe I will be next week.
I hope not.
Maybe
That's
Maybe I'll do it just to spite you.
I don't want to think about that. That's too much.
I mean, that's the whole point of using Blender, though. It does the perspective for you.
That's partially true. It's half the battle, though. It's half the battle.
I could be Mega Man 8 and just use the raw 3D render.
That's scary.
They did do that in the two places. And I was playing Mega Man Power Fighters, the sequel, the other day.
Mm-hmm.
The intro, they show a CG rendered city that is entirely untextured and flat shaded.
Rip.
It was that era of we have an expensive SGI workstation, let's find a use for it.
Mm-hmm. Like, it's different, so it's better.
Back then people loved it, I think. Like 3D was this hot new thing. I don't blame them. It did get a positive reception at the time, it's just it didn't age that well.
Yeah. I mean, part of it is because consumers are just like, oh, it's nice. It's new.
Hmm.
Thinking about this, you know what might actually just solve the issue?
What's up?
Make it the light source.
Make the shape the light source?
Yeah.
I don't follow.
That way we don't have to backlight it. If we make it the light source, we can make it color whatever we want.
No, I want to backlight it. I want to be
Okay.
consistent with the rest of the scene, Johnny.
But it could be the sun.
Oh, yeah. Let me just get rid of this blue background and just make this the whole focus.
Well, I mean, it's making blue from it. It's the colors coming from it. It could be like a techno cube.
No,
It's a rainbow. It's cycling rainbow, so it goes.
bad, Johnny. Bad Johnny.
You don't want an RGB prism?
No.
You don't want uh, disco ball prism?
No.
Oh, okay.
How dare you make my job easier?
I'm trying. Okay, I'm trying.
Try less.
Okay. I'll become a sea slug.
That is weirdly specific.
Mm-hmm. Mm. My brain is mush.
You're very
That's
tired.
why. I'm beyond very tired. I'm in delirium right now.
Oh jeez. I'll end the stream in a minute. I do need to talk to you real quick before you pass out, if that's all good.
Okay. Why did I say sea slug?
It reminded you of your show.
It might be just because it's burrito shaped.
Are you that hungry?
I should probably eat.
Have you not?
I did, but I should probably eat more. It's
Yes.
almost.
What did you eat?
I ate before I had a nap, so like at 2 p.m.
But what did you eat?
Pizza,
What kind of pizza?
pepperoni and sausage.
That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm happy for you. You got to eat pizza.
Yay.
Alright. I think I got the shape with the shading. Although it looks very mushy right now, but that's because it doesn't have an outline.
Yeah.
Time to add an outline. I could have sworn there was something in 03 that was shaped like this. Or am I thinking of Symphony of the Night? That's a very weird thing to mix up with 03.
03 had something similar to it, yes, but he had like a snaggle on the right.
I have a
Yeah, little-
snaggle. Oh yeah, that one little 3 pixel.
Yeah.
It's okay. Alright.
Z.
I ran out of music. I ran out of music. That means I must end the stream.
Yata.
Alright, well, thank you all for watching. Hopefully we should be streaming next week. I can't make any guarantees. Sometimes stuff comes up. But either way, hope you had a good time. And enjoy the rest of your night. Take care.
Don't get lost. Have fun.